The following video was pre-recorded on twitch.tv/codedman9000. More information on the stream times at the end of the video. Previously on Stone to Space.
For the start of Chapter 3, we went to Kerbal Space Program to learn how to make rockets so that we could explore the stars for a new home. We began playing on career mode while not knowing anything about what we were doing. After doing some research off-stream, we then moved to the science mode with newfound knowledge. We went to both moons, created communication networks, planes, science missions, a space station, and then ended the game by traveling all the way to Duna in the Antari ship.
After arriving at Duna, our ship the Antares fell apart, causing us to land on Duna and mine its resources so that we could fix the Antari ship. We unlocked various buildings, and also different types of science. After fixing everything but scanners on the ship, we then left the planet behind us as we continued to travel in space. Partially during our space flight, we landed on an asteroid. Over the course of a few hundred cycles, we had mined out the asteroid, converting its resources into various things that we needed in order to keep 24 dupes alive. We made a lot of automated machines to take, cool, or convert items into other items. We then turned on a machine that would allow us to take a dive into the dreams of one of our dupes. After our first dupe dream in Vintage Story, we came back to Oxygen Not Included. We then used our rockets to go to different asteroids. We went to a water-filled asteroid, a lava-filled asteroid, and we also went to a frozen asteroid to get our final crop. After going back and forth multiple times from the water and lava asteroids, we made our last and final endgame materials. While doing this, we also finished upgrading our main base, and also found both the Temporal Tear Opener and the Temporal Tear. After our second dupe dream in Timberborn, we came back to Oxygen Not Included again. We spent a while trying to get enough radiation to use the Temporal Tear Opener the wrong way, before ending up using Weaselworts. We spent time digging out more of the second asteroid, before finally using the Temporal Tear Opener and sending our first rocket of 4 dupes through the Temporal Tear. After our first rocket of 4 dupes went through the Temporal Tear, they ended up in an unexpected place. They found themselves on a frozen asteroid with new plants, crops, and 3 new critters. We spent time building a self-sustaining base and found out that if ranched correctly, each of the 3 critters fed into the next either by creating food for the next critter or food for the next critter's food source. We then radioed to our original colony to tell them where we ended up so that they could change the destination of the next rocket. Up next, we went back to our original colony to prepare and send a second rocket through the Temporal Tear. Once the next dupes came out of the Temporal Tear, they found themselves on a flooded asteroid. Through many cycles, they made a self-sustaining base and ranched the new crops and some of the new critters that they found. They then radioed back to the original colony to tell them where we ended up so that they could change the destination of the next rocket. Hello and welcome to a Twitch Plays Along series called Stone to Space. Today we're in Chapter 3, Space Travel. Today we are playing Oxygen Not Included. So, in the last stream, we started making an industrial sauna, which ended up cooling itself down. So we need to get some of this water up here onto the volcano so that it can flash steam. We also need to put, I'm forgetting what they're called, temperature shift plates in here so that it transfers the heat all the way down. And we're also slowly making ceramic so that we can move the metal refinery into there. Cold sauna is called a pool, if I'm not mistaken. We also just got into Atmos suits so that we can go in there. And we are always struggling on power when the hydrogen vent is dormant because it's our only source of power. There's no other gas or oil on here that we can use for power. Everything else is water that is too cold. Like this 110, that's not going to ever be hot enough. We also got our spawn with cooling. So although this may not be cold now, it will when we have the hydrogen vent actually working again. And the next thing I wanted to go through... oh yeah, we're trying to build this to allow oxygen to go up more. And then we're going to put a tile there so that fluid oxygen comes out here, hopefully. This is how we're getting our clay for the ceramics. So let me place 1 tile in, not 2. And then hopefully we should have the off-gassing of the polluted water that's in here giving us clay. What else? What else? We added a second Draco farm so that we can get reed fiber for our suits. That's the only reason why we have that. And I think that's everything. We need to dig this out. I'm pretty sure that's everything, but I'm also not 100% sure. And at some point, we somehow got carbon dioxide in here with dupes and suits, so I don't know what happened with water. Not sure, but we have this double pump system in here just to make sure that we don't do that again. And I think we're ready to chop this off again. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to cut here and then allow that to go up. And that should work us through our brine saltwater bottles. And then all of this, we're going to just slowly deconstruct. This, we should be able to just deconstruct. And, I don't know, maybe combine the pipes here to make it go back. So we do something like that and then get rid of this bridge. And that should put the water back up here. We'll take the shine nymph. We also started putting water out here so that we can actually bottle water. So we moved our pool. And this needs a little bit of tile deconstructing. Oh, that also means we can get rid of all this. The water is slowly escaping this now. I'm gonna keep this pipe here, because I think we're going to use water for the metal refinery, because we're not going to be using the metal refinery too much. And we're also going to be doing the same system here, where we're bringing water into the metal refinery, and then pulling it back out and sending it up. So I actually want to deconstruct everything that's in the middle here, and then everything in the wall? No, I want to deconstruct everything in the ladder area. And then everything this way over. Kind of. We want to keep the bathroom line connected in. That's going to go like this. We're going to put a bridge right there. And that's going to be how the metal refinery connects into it going out. This goes down. That should be it. I don't think there's anything else we need to do. Once we have all the ceramic, we only have 100 kilograms right now. We need 800. We will actually place that in. We were slowly working on our home. That'll be something we do as well. The other thing that we're doing is digging all the way down to our magma biome so that we can steal power from the magma. There's one other thing that I'm forgetting that we needed to do, but I know that's one of the things we need to do so that we have a stable power source. Whatever stable it may be. That'll be emptied as we drain this. Right now it has brine. Okay, Let's look at what we can use for temperature shift plates, because I don't know exactly what we should use. Probably obsidian, and if we start in this bottom corner... How quickly am I going to run out of obsidian? I think we might quickly run out of it. Maybe not. We're actually doing pretty good. That would be all that we need. And I didn't run out of obsidian. Nice. And then we're going to need to put a little bit of water up here, which is what these steam turbines were going to do if we didn't run out of atmosphere. So let's deconstruct these two pipes. Actually, no. What we're going to do is we're just going to disconnect the power. Why would I need diamonds for it, though? Diamonds for shift plates. Why do I need diamonds? Can I see why I need diamonds on here? Diamonds usually at the bottom, right? Am I not able to see it because I don't have diamond on here? I know it's going to be one of the grayed out spots because I obviously don't have enough diamond, but... Or do I? How come I don't see diamond on here? We've dug diamond on the other asteroids, so we should have it as an option. Is it this? No, that's glass. Diamond is quite the best of thermal transfer material in high temp range. Yeah, but why am I not seeing it? Depleted uranium. Don't want that. That's steel. These are the two different types of ice. Then we have glass, ceramic, clay, aluminum, iron, lead, and cobalt. That's regular cobalt. This is weird. Hold on, let me go through the other one. Did I not dig it? And that's why... No, we definitely dug diamond from over here in this oil biome. Maybe we didn't. I'm actually not getting any readings, so maybe I didn't do it. That's what I'm gonna guess. I didn't actually dig a thing of diamond, but I could have sworn that when we went from this area down, we dug into diamond. Because we had to dig through here to get fossil. Huh. I'm just gonna guess that we didn't actually dig diamond. I'm just assuming that we did. I do need to figure out a way to get oil from this asteroid over to the other one. And the only idea I have is to send over a little bit of refined metal or refine some copper to make a bottle emptier and just bottle it into the transfer thing. We do have a bare bones home here. Power plant, wow. And there should be, yeah, there's a lone bathroom. So we got a bedroom, power plant, and a bathroom, all spread apart. One really long hallway, and then we have a water supply down here. Luckily the teleporters are close by. And then salt water for water. This asteroid does have the sulfur geyser as well, if we wanted to go down a sulfur food route. I'm still debating on how we're going to make the asteroid. Sorry, the kitten just randomly got up and ran. And I was trying to figure out why. So while they're digging down and doing all of this, what should I do about the base? So this is going to be our inside base ladder. That is a cute kitten emote. I love that. This is a massage clinic currently. We're going to turn this into the kitchen, which I think needs the spice grinder to be considered a kitchen. We do have the spice grinder. I don't think we need anything else for that. There's no Bionic Dupe cooking area, or cooking range thing. We don't really need the gas range for our one dupe. We are probably going to need more than one refrigerator. Let's start playing this out. Electric grill. We're going to move this at least over one tile. Then we're going to need, I want to say maybe two, maybe three. Three more, no. 2 or 3 total refrigerators. So we either need 1 or 2 more. We have a lot of raw eggs, which is going to be cooked into omelets. We have meal lice, which is going to turn into pickled meal. Meat, which obviously goes in the barbecue. Then the rest is Hexlin fruit, nutrient bar, and muck roots, which don't spoil. So I want at least 2 different refrigerators so I can have one that's just for the non-spoilable stuff. But I don't know if the cooked food is going to take up so much space that we would need a 3rd refrigerator. That's quite a drywall job to do, and the jet suits are not in. Are you talking about this? Oh, you mean like to put drywall over the entire base? I still don't like how that tender biscuit has bones in it. I refuse to get the bones. That's more of ribs than brisket. Let's try to get them to sweep that out. If I get this connected into power, we can have Wubby come back here and start cooking. Ew, why would you smoke it with plywood? I don't like that. Souffle pancakes. Oh, we do have a little bit of sweet wheat. We could do that. Or frost buns. We don't have lettuce, so I don't think we can make frost burgers if we get the grill. We also don't have a way of getting natural gas. But anyway, we'll set a barbecue pickled meal, obviously. I guess I'll queue up souffle pancakes. And then this is gonna have to be on a 7. So that Wubby does it non-stop. And then we have to figure out how we're gonna do the storage here. Ah, that's right, making fertilizer can give you natural gas. How much does it give us? $10 grams per second. But yeah, there's no way we're going to use more than 10 grams per second using the range. Do you happen to know the amount of synthesizers we would need to run a natural gas generator? I assume it would be a large number, like 10 or something. One farter can supply 4 to 5 dupes with cooked frostburgers. Oh, I didn't think it was going to be power positive like a spam. But could we... Nah, you do make a point. Never mind then. I think I either need to update this or... No, it isn't a high priority. Alright, this should not be... Oh, it's still massage cleaning with that here. Okay. According to our stress, we're actually not that bad, so I am going to just deconstruct the massage clinic entirely. And now I need to figure out where I want to do the mess hall. I think I might move the refrigerator to the far left side of the entire room. Once I deconstruct everything. We are going to get rid of the doors over here and put walls so that they can only come into it from over here. That does mean, as I do that, they won't be able to escape, so we'll have to do just the kitchen first. No going to the left in the kitchen, please. And then we're going to deconstruct this area. We're probably only going to ever have 7 dupes. How do I do a good symmetrical room with 7 tables? I guess just put the statues on the left and right side of the tables. But I kind of wanted to put one like in the middle or something. I don't know. We'll go off of just the statues on the outsides. You do only 6 and let them pick a seat. Hmm. With public, you don't need 1 per dupe. Yeah, but I like the look of it. Oh, we could do the big tables. I did get that unlocked recently. The banquet hall. We could do that instead. Do 2 of those big tables and that's it. They only seat 6, so there would be that 1 dupe that doesn't get to eat with the rest. But just for looks, that would be good. It's also for the morale bonus. That's another reason why I want to do the room for it. All we need is... Oh, we need a displayed ornament. Does anything count as a displayed ornament if it goes on the shelf? Or do I need the things like the Rubik's Cube or the coffee cup? I don't know. What I do want to know for sure is where I can put this so that the refrigerators are the furthest away. Only non-artifact that count is carved lumen quartz. So I would need to find the one artifact that's on this asteroid. We won't need 2 artifacts. Do I have an artifact on the other asteroid? Because I could just send that over. It would have been up here, wouldn't it have been? With the teleporter? No, it's got to be in a specialized room, right? How big is this asteroid? Not that big, actually. I could send a dupe with an Atmos suit through here. This is all oil biome, by the way. There's no core. Actually, there is a little bit of a magma biome, but I doubt it's going to be the whole bottom portion here. Actually, it might be a good, decent part of it. I doubt the room with the thing is going to be over here. That doesn't seem large enough for a room to be. So it would have to be somewhere in the oil biome. For this asteroid. This one, we don't know where it is. We're still looking. Oh, it's right here. And we already have a way to it, so let's just go here. So we can do that. We'll also inspect all of these. I don't think that gets inspected. Nope. Why are you doing that? You should be cooking. Alright. Duplicate labor is at an all-time high, depending on how you look at it, but I'm considering it a low. Because they're not doing the build commands that I want them to do. I still think that this is just funny, but also outrageous to do. 7 pip ranches just so we could feed a sage hatch ranch. We'll take the extra steel. Can always use more steel that we don't have to make. How far will you reach? Pretty sure that's the lowest point from the auto sweeper. That would be 4 tiles low. So we should be able to reach this tile here if we put a refrigerator there, which means that we can put the egg cracker closer to the electric grill, and we can put a spice grinder right here. No, we can't because of the auto sweeper. We could put the spice grinder over here and just move the refrigerators in. I think I might do that. We would go like this. Spice grinder just so we get the room. It's called kitchen, right? Yeah, right there. Cooking station, refrigerator, yeah. Once they build all of this, we'll be good. And then... I might move all this over and put the spice grinder out here just so that this system is not near the center. I'm gonna do that instead of what they're doing right now. We're gonna make at least a space for 3 refrigerators, just in case we need that. And for temporary sake, we'll put a ladder. We don't need it to be in a room for us to use the communal table, right? Like, they'll just use it because it's there? How are they doing down here? Well, we dug a little bit. Why are you making more? Okay. We need to put an AND gate next to this OR gate and have that be the way for this to be cut in. Because they are still making the batteries even though this is turned off. So I'm going to end up making a very complicated thing here. And I'm trying to figure out how to fit all of the automation in with this here. So I might put the AND gate up here. Move this OR gate rotated to right here. That's what I'm going to do. Let's move all this automation around. That there, this AND gate. Do I want it like this or rotated this way? I'll rotate it that way. No shit, a lack of manners by talking with a mouthful and everything. Mind explaining what the second bin to the right is there for? I missed that part. The one to the left is a bin for just 2 of the metal power banks, which we have made a large amount. I don't think we needed that much. The one to the right is our eco bin. So this only gives off a green signal when it's full of all of the eco power banks that we've ever made, except for the 3 that should be in these buildings. So if we are using eco power banks, they shouldn't continue making new ones. But I've been struggling to figure out how to do automation the correct way to make this make sense. So we're gonna go like that. This goes into there, this one goes that way. That's the first part. This is pretty much going to be deconstructed to that point and instead go in here. So now it should only go off if this is empty, which will turn us green, or if that's empty and this is full. I don't want them to continuously making things when this is full, but I do want them to at least make 1 when it's full. And as far as I know, they don't eat power banks if there's an eco power bank available. So it should be all ready. If we didn't have the soldering station right next to it, I would make this look a little bit better than this, but honestly, I kind of like the way it looks. This, to me, kind of looks like a circuit board, like how one would actually be routed around stuff. So I kind of like it. It doesn't really look like it's spaghetti, like a bridge over top of a wire just to get to one place. I kind of want them to prioritize this, but they don't have to do that yet. How are we doing on ceramic? Are we still watching that? No, it went away. Let's get that up here then. We still only made 1 kilogram. Do I have clay? No, I do not. Let's get clay up here. I think I need to make a pool of polluted water and then put the deodorizer. Like, I need to move this polluted water up here so that it's off-gassing up here rather than the oxygen being there. But also, there's too much oxygen. It's baby spaghetti, it will be better with time. I think there's just too much oxygen in here. Yeah, we could probably... Actually, is there a polluted oxygen vent here? We do have one unknown geyser that we haven't yet to find. I'm gonna guess it's gonna be a regular volcano. Although it does say geyser. Does it always say geysers? There's a Dragonair in chat. That's the middle stage to a pseudo-legendary from the original games. It always says geysers, dang. So it could be a regular volcano, or it could be a geyser. I mean, we do have the polluted water geyser here. So if I dig down here, this would make a pool of water that we could take the polluted oxygen from. Let's do that. I may create a room, or maybe just vacuum out the room if it's above the gas pressure. The thing that prevents it from off-gassing. I can put it above 1800. Ceramic factory, yeah, we are trying to make a small amount of ceramic just so we can move the metal refinery into the soon-to-be-used industrial sauna. I don't want to make it out of steel because we don't have enough, but also because I don't think it's worth it, honestly. Let me look at that for a second. That's rock crusher. That's not what I wanted to look at. Oh, we can't even make it out of steel. I forgot. That's why we don't do that. So ceramic is the only good way. I could make it out of obsidian. That's only a plus 15. I'm pretty sure everything else is going to be plus 15. So I could make one out of igneous rock temporarily until it like breaks. And then worry about it. Cobalt. Is there going to be a cobalt volcano down here? No, because they would have not been counted as that unknown geyser, because we already have a cobalt volcano right here. Alright. First thing we're gonna do... Well, I could make one just cooking ingredients. I might do that. Medicine, we want things that are fully cooked. Wait, no. Do I want to do it that way? Let's do it that way. Fully cooked in the far away one. No. Yes. I'm trying to think of a way to do this where... So that will cover everything. So I can make the ingredients way out here. And then put cooked food. We'll make this the ingredient one instead. So cooking ingredients, grisaberry, filet, grub fruit, lettuce. Didn't know we saw lettuce. Meat. Pemmican, I think, is a fully cooked food, so we won't do that. Everything else is fully cooked. So if I go in here, we go barbecue, fried mushroom, grapefruit preserve, pemmican, pickled meal, souffle, spicy tofu, wash rice, spinning grapefruit. That's not fully cooked. And then this one is going to be the non perishable food, including the medicine. I'm pretty sure pemmican can perish. I don't have any, so I can't really tell, but this is going to be deconstructed. They're going to go in here. That's going to be set on a 7, as we do. This tile is going to have to go and be replaced with the weighted plate, which I can't place unless it's gone. This is food. What can we do with the fig? I'm guessing this is from the Dino DLC. Yep. Alright, now we can put in the weighted plate. This is just to turn on a light for this. I'll move that eventually. I want to make sure that everything is powered first. And we're going to need a light, which is furniture. This one, what should we put? I want to put the polka dot ceiling light here. Automation. Burger King ad while watching me. That's awesome. If only it was a Wednesday. Oh, I also just saw your other message, so let me read that. It's not worth putting a refinery inside the sauna, just need the cooling pipe to swirl in the steam room if you want to... The thing that I'm focused on is not having the heat from the metal refinery. That's the only reason why I'm putting it in there. Because we pretty much heated up this entire area with just the metal refinery. And we don't have base coolant yet. The refinery itself doesn't do more. Yeah, I do know it doesn't do... It doesn't make too much heat. I don't know, I'm kind of all over the place right now. I'm kind of curious about what's down here. I'm going to assume that that's going to be a cobalt volcano. Because why else would there be cobalt in this bottom area around abyssalite? This is usually the rocky area above the magma biome. I do want to get this set up. We're slowly getting our kitchen ready. We can deconstruct that and see how our table area is going to look. The spindly grub fruit can be used in the smoker to make veggie poppers. Was quite surprised when I discovered that. Really? I might actually place the smoker for that then. Where is it? Right there. Oh, it's a big building. We're gonna have to look at that later on. I do want to move the egg cracker, but I don't want to lose the things that are queued up in it. So I'm gonna make an egg cracker down here and just copy and paste and then move this over one. Because I don't feel like going through each one of these and making sure I have the right ones. Although... it's not that many things, now that I'm looking at it. Just has to be the spindly, can't let the sweetles and the grubs do their things on the plants. Yeah. It's gotta be the regular stuff. Okay, so they're like in a table. And the table is 5 tiles wide, so if I put another one here, that pretty much takes up the entire area. We could put the water cooler in these 2 tiles. Just so I can have the tables next to each other. And then that leaves 2 more tiles. We could put like an art piece in here. A painting or something. We could do that for like the decor. Although I don't think I want it out of aluminum. Do I have something that has... looks like copper is better decor. Obviously, gold would be the best decor. But for us, it's going to be the copper. We'll do that. Deconstruct all of this. I might have to high prioritize them building all of this now. And it looks like we really only need 6 seats. Because Willow, being the only regular dupe, does not seem to eat with them ever. It looks like when they're eating their power banks, they're off by maybe an hour or 2. Or early, I should say. And then the next step is trying to get this ladder down to here so we can close off the seating area. Let's get that cooler in here. And then we also want the display shelf. I can't really do one in the middle. It would have to be too wide. We'll do it over top of this one, I guess. Can I place it? Must be built against the back wall. Gotcha. What do we want for our dining area? Do we do the cafe print? Maybe the aquatic mosaic. I like that one as well. We have the snowflake print and the pastel polka print. We also have some fruit. We have the blueberry, lemon, lime, strawberry, and watermelon prints. If we do the watermelon, I could do the mush stripes around the watermelon. That might look cool. I have the forest print, and then of course the DLC prints, which I'm not really a fan of for a dining area. I also have the southwest print. What do the numbers mean, Redneck? Green and purple? I do have green. I don't know if I have purple. How do you know the number for the item? Where do you see the numbers? I have green and pink. I don't think that's what you mean, though. It's the color codes, gotcha. I might go with the watermelon idea just because I don't have the purple that you're asking for. Even in the triangle pattern, I don't have the purple. The closest thing to purple I have is the arcade tiles. I think I'm gonna do alternating watermelon. If we find something better, we'll switch it later on. Or, hold on a second. We do... Nope, that's not what I meant to do. We do alternating watermelon. Feel like the watermelon's surrounded. I don't know how that's gonna look. I'm hoping it's gonna look okay. Okay, hatches, we want forever on all of these. Pips, the same. Druckos, only glossy Drucko. Take the bonbon tree. It kind of looks okay. Tossed that out as a joke to a friend the other day, and turns out green is real close to... Turns out the green is close to the green I use mainly. Oh, really? Nice. If only I could read correctly the first time. Alright, all of our incubators should be on a 7, so I can raise this to a 6. And then they should prioritize cracking eggs over doing random stuff. Next thing I want is the other communal table right here. No good. What's the matter? Somebody's doing lawn care outside and it scared the cat. I kind of like this. I mean, I could see the vision that I was going for, but it didn't turn out the way that I wanted it to. So I might just switch this out for the cafe print once it's all done. Or I could just cancel it now. Yeah, we're gonna do cafe print. Oh, does it not overwrite other background tiles? That's annoying. Need to change material to overwrite, might as well take the opportunity to change the wood. What? Granite is 20. Wood is 50? Thank you, Redneck. I think when we first started making the stuff out of granite, we didn't have wood at that point. So I want to just deconstruct all of this or do material each time. I think because there's only a little bit, we'll do material. Which does mean that this is no longer a private bedroom anymore. Critical power level. Somebody should be making batteries. Yeah, it's on a 7. We don't have iron. Alright, we have a big amount over here if we dig that and all of this. This is ready for us to submit a bioscan, so I'll have somebody try and do that. Alright, we have a little bit of iron that should be making the power banks. I'm gonna just come over here and finish doing the drywall. Not the bed. You can even justify using ceramic now just to flex what is the go-to. Oh yeah, I could do one tile ceramic. Alright, the one incapacitated dupe is due to a power bank issue. I really need them to come down here and do this. They're about to defrag. Should I make a rec room? I mean, if you don't get a... It does say they improve morale for dupes that visit during the recreation time, though. But it doesn't tell me the morale bonus. Doctoring errand? No, they just need a battery, and then anyone can give them the battery. But they need to make the battery. We apparently ran through all those batteries that were out here. But they're not gonna make the battery if somebody is defragging. Willow can also come down here and use the crafting station. Anyone can do the crafting station. There we go. Only issue is with them making the batteries, they're gonna eat the batteries before fixing someone else. I'm about to just put this on a 9 and tell them to do this over anything else. Us not having enough power is an issue, though. Yep, Eduardo's just gonna keep eating the batteries until he's full. Can I put the spice grinder and the smoker in here? Ooh, I can. I don't want to made out of aluminum though. Everything's made out of aluminum here. We're trying to go away from aluminum because that's... Actually, we have almost 50 tons. I think we're okay. For now, we're okay. Do I need power for any of that? I guess it would have told me when I placed it if we did. And that chip is taking the batteries. Half of our Bionic Dupes are incapacitated due to not having enough power. And I think I just saw one of those red boxes again, so we might have a game crash later on. Oh, they didn't take the battery. Wow. I thought Steela would have eaten the battery. So somebody else should come over and take that battery out of the storage bin and then go take it to one of the dupes that are incapacitated. It looks like Steela is going to eat it though. Luckily, Willow can keep doing the batteries. Are you gonna take it to an incapacitated dupe now? Yes, you are. Dotterly is about to wake up. And then Dotterly should come down here and grab the battery, but somebody else already took it. So instead, they're just gonna run on the wheel until there's another battery. Unless Steela takes it. Only Sanyar is incapacitated now. We will catch up. It just takes a while for them to not need batteries before they can fix the dupe that does need the battery to become incapacitated. Take the fungal spore. I guess they were too focused on deconstructing to come down here and build, or craft, I guess I should say. And they're on the wheels just so that we can cook and craft the batteries. If Willow stays there the entire day, we should have enough batteries by the time we're done. Because someone should come over and take the battery to the last dupe. There we go, we're getting Sanyar back. Suffocating. Oh wow, we can kill a Bionic Dupe by not giving them a battery quick enough. I didn't know that. Yes, we do only have one fleshy dupe. It is Willow. With the back tiles here, we can put in the one display shelf. And then do we have to research the archaic tech? Do we have to use the building that gets rid of the stuff on it, or can we just put it on the shelf? I mean, I guess we have to do the research for it, because I won't know until that's ready. And do we need a different type of display thing? Ship must have something for Will. That much food set up for one dupe. It is, yep. We're doing this all for Willow. I could have sworn that the display shelf was more than one tile wide. I guess I just placed 2 in our main colony and immediately thought afterwards that I had a 2 wide display shelf. Our cooking ingredients are almost gone, by the way, so that's good. I can't tell if they're getting caught up on batteries just yet. I think it's too early to tell. But we should get to the point where they only take a battery each day or something. They connect when you put 2 shells side by side, might be that. Oh. That makes sense. Alright. They should still be coming over here and digging the iron every so often. Now I'm really confused because there's no neutronium here. But there's a abyssal going around it. Like it's going to be something special. Even if there was a geyser placed here, we might not be able to see it, but we should be able to see neutronium below it. There's granite. How did they become incapacitated that quickly? Whoa, what happened here? Why did that break? It should have broke on the bridge. Bridges are supposed to break before the wire does. Oh, they are fixing. Okay, never mind. I don't know what happened there. How did these get overheated? There's sour gas in here? Okay. And that's at temperature hot enough to boil water. If we had more than just 8 grams. Well, we're gonna move this databank because I think we just boiled 2 databanks. Or I guess we should say melted 2 databanks. Either way, we're getting caught up on the batteries. Someone is very stressed, and it's Sonya, and we do need a medical clinic. Or at least a massage table. Which side is the battery on? Or the power? That one. Now, I did just see lubrication station. Uses gear oil to lubricate the dupes. Beach chairs do that too. You only get 1 radio if you connect them, since I want my dupes to be beach douches. There's a gap, so each one gets its own radio for a music fight on the beach. It's more like someone went in into hot stuff, liquid, lock. Oh, you're right! The oil flashed. I didn't have enough oil. When they took out the cobalt. Okay. Gas pumps are only 50 kilograms, right? I can break them and replace them with steel. No, I don't have to actually deconstruct them. I'm thinking about it. We can just go like this. I keep forgetting that this is added in because I played this game for so long before that was added that I just think it's not a thing. They're still trying to catch up on batteries. They're still trying to do other random things here and there. So we're kind of playing the catch-up game right now. They shouldn't really be digging down here, but they do only have like 4 more ladders to go, so I will allow them to keep doing that. We'll at least make this a vacuum. They should be close to not having anything to cook, because this is empty. So if nobody adds more stuff to this, we should be done. They are building things now. No gas output. Mixed carbon dioxide. Here's the veggie poppers. We can also make smoked fish. That sounds like a better thing than fish fillet, which I don't have queued up, so I'm gonna queue that up over here. And then the tender brisket thing, I don't know why it has bones. Undiscovered ingredients? What is undiscovered? I don't know. What I do know is that I need carbon dioxide over here, so we're just gonna go like this. And if I had refined metal, I would make it out of refined metal. We're probably not gonna end up using this right away, so it shouldn't matter too much. Let's get all that swept out. They did finish all of this. I'm gonna see if we can put that thing on the pedestal now. Oh, we can! It's just probably gonna have neutronium stuff on top of it. Let's also get this queued up. Be swept. Since they started building, we should be catching up on tasks. But somebody is already incapacitated again. I think another issue we're having is that we just have no power at all. So we can't even make the crafting station stuff. I might move that crafting station onto the main power line. So that no matter how much power we have, it's automatically able to be used. We'll take the zinc. Nugget. What are you doing? Did I wake you up for your nap? How much longer until this is not dormant? 6 cycles until we start just barely making it by. We're ever so slightly teetering on the self-sustaining portion of this colony that it makes me think that I can stop streaming the Bionic Dupe DLC, like the next stream. But then something like this happens, and we're stuck just watching the dupes run around in circles as they try to survive. Technically, they're self-sustaining, but it just takes so long for them to stay in a surviving state. I would very much rather have power running these charging stations non-stop. And I think the only way we're going to get that is by going to the magma biome, stealing the heat from the magma. But a part of that setup is also going to require us self-struggle sustaining. That is probably the best description of this colony right now. So that's the only reason why we're still here. The main thing for us with the DLC is that we're obviously trying to build all the DLC buildings. We have everything but the gear station thing in the medic tab. And that's because I'm not making gear oil or whatever it's called. Making ethanol from that wood. Oh, that's right, we can burn ethanol. We do have some ethanol pools around that I could use as well. We have one here, obviously the one I was just showing you, and then this one here. We could use a petroleum generator to burn that. That would give us a little bit of power for, obviously, a little while. Redneck, you are a genius. So we're obviously going to use what the asteroid gives us first. We're also now down to only Willow running around doing things. All the Bionic Dupes are knocked out. This is the worst we've been. One Willow, any dream, 100%. I have a lot of things that are queued up on a priority of 7. So that's what Willow's choosing to do first. The crafting station is on a 9. Can they dig? They have to dig through the obsidian to get to the iron. I'm pretty sure Willow's a digger. I know she's a builder. Yeah, she can dig it. No, she can't. Now she can. Get the iron, please. Alright, you're getting the skill, that's fine. Now go back down there and get the iron. I could just tell her to do those 2 pieces right now. Alright, Willow, I need you to do these first. These are more important than that. No, I'm actually gonna put that on an 8. So that if we get the crafting station powered again before she's done digging, she'll immediately use the iron to come over here. Oh, our Bionic Dupes are gonna suffocate at some point. Yeah, I'm gonna make a crafting station on the power line. I don't want to make it out of the aluminum. We could use zinc as well, so I'll put zinc as that because we're not using it for anything else. And that will get powered anytime we get a tiny amount of hydrogen in here. It does, however, immediately turn off the moment we don't have the hydrogen going. We're down to almost 4 cycles. I think we're gonna lose all of our Bionic Dupes.
I don't see a bionic dupe right here. Oh, it's this generation. I was trying to look at their breath to see how much they have in their tanks. 34, we'll say that's 35 kilograms. 46, 40, 23 kilograms. We have a problem. And I think it all started with me adding the grill to the power line. We may have to reload an earlier save and do another alternate timeline here. It seems like we ended up grilling too much. Alright, Willow did make a little bit of power. Willow, what are you doing? Getting iron, good. Crafting station, power, battery. No, stay at the crafting station. Willow! Somehow you got a pleasant chit-chat from an incapacitated bionic dupe. I don't know if the bionic dupes are gonna make it. Starting the DeLorean. I'm gonna get this a quarter of the way full on power and then kick her off the thing again. This should be on a 9, so she should choose to do that first. Willow at least needs to make one battery for a bionic dupe to get unincapacitated. Yep. Chip and Wubby. We made 2 batteries. No, Willow, stop. You're killing me, Willow. Oh, that's right, she can just do that. And that gives them a little bit of air. I forgot dupes don't die to suffocating anymore. Alright, we don't actually have to worry. No alternate timeline. Turn off the DeLorean. Unfortunately, Wubby's probably going to go grab the battery. Why not? It's going to grab some air. Alright, well, I do want this on a 9 now. Did she save that dupe? I think she did. She's gonna grab iron and then come over. No, she's not grabbing iron. Okay. No CPR, nothing. They just chill there and wait. No, they are getting CPR. You did see it for a second there. We're gonna watch Dotterly be saved by Willow in a second. Or by Chip. And then he just walked away. Now, I'm pretty sure if they don't get CPR within a certain amount of time, they do die. But they do get CPR. We're down to 3 cycles now.
If we could get Chip to just stay here and constantly do this, we would probably be better off. Because Wubby's gonna take the battery and eat it himself. Well, that's funny. Construction booster and a dupe with a construction booster. No thanks. Chip, can you not... How many batteries do they need before they stop? Probably 2, and then they won't grab another one until one of them empties out. Why are you not eating the battery, though? Oh, you're helping a suffocating dupe. Now, are you gonna come down here and grab this battery, too? Can I relocate a Bionic Dupe? Ooh, I can move them. We're gonna move them all to right here. Oh wait, no, that makes me tell them to move to there. That's different. Why so many pips? Welcome in, first time chatter. We're doing this just for fun. Not really a reason for us to do it. But we are ranching sage hatches. The amount of dirt that a sage hatch requires for food is the equivalent of what 7 pips make by eating trees. So if you want to do a full ranch of 8 sage hatches, you need 7 full ranches of pips in order to make the amount of dirt that the sage hatches will eat. So that's the only reason. Kind of did just for fun to have that many. We don't really need to have that. They're only feeding the sage hatches, they're not doing anything else. They should move them anyway to a place where there is O2 to do CPR. The reason why they're not is because they're the Bionic Dupes, I think. Plus they're in an oxygen area. If like Willow became incapacitated and was suffocating, they would move her to a spot that has more oxygen, and then she would survive without becoming suffocated. Alright, did Willow dig any more? Because we're about to run out of stuff again. She did not dig more. Willow, you're the only one that can dig that obsidian. Everyone else can dig the iron, but you're the only one for the obsidian. I need that so when we dig these out, we can still get in here. These two. Okay, that should give us enough iron to hopefully get all these done. We have batteries, people just need to pick them up and move them to a Bionic Dupe. I get that they're suffocating, but at the same time, just give them a battery. Iron is running out, in a way. But it's also because we're waiting for our hydrogen vent to turn back on so we can charge regular batteries. Once that's done, we'll stop using iron for metal power banks. We could also switch to using copper and just start digging out the copper in the sulfur biomes. Why have they not given Steel a battery yet? Of course they're gonna defrag. Willow, can you give them the battery? What is Willow doing? Thank you, Willow. Now Steela can at least get some air. Don't know what they're doing though. Batteries in the Prince Pod would be clutch. That would be. Oh, she has max stress. The swimming hack booster gives you 10% stress per cycle. Wow. And of course that kills the battery. Wonderful. We should be only waiting for half a cycle now. Nope, another cycle and a half. And then we'll go back and forth between having enough hydrogen to start charging. But at least we won't need somebody to run on the wheels so that we can make the regular power banks. Hopefully she doesn't go Sparky again. Because we're kind of wasting batteries on her if she keeps doing that. Awesome. Alright, next person will get Dotterly saved. Are you gonna eat the battery or give it to Dotterly? Yes! Except for they became incapacitated. But you're still giving them the battery. Okay. I'm gonna give them a few seconds before I give another Bionic Dupe the battery, because I know the two people that we had just saved are gonna need extra batteries. What I should do is a bin right here and make them move the iron over here. So that it's close enough for them to just move it in. I could move this over one and put the bin with the iron here so that the auto sweeper can move it. I don't know yet. I do need somebody on this at all times until we get our power back. And I think for now, what I'm going to do is disconnect the grill so we're not using power to cook. This is on a 9, so I actually want this on an 8 instead. So that they're not filling this on the same priority that they're crafting with it. That should make this a little bit quicker because I don't have to keep running away. Alright, can we save Eduardo, please? We'll take the nutrient bar. A hydrogen vent just became not dormant. So as soon as we get a tiny boost of power, this should start feeding itself. I think we just need our spawn to make a little bit of hydrogen. Are we out? Oh, we need this to be running. Put down a 7, please. Hopefully we can get somebody to run on that wheel to feed the spawn a little bit. That'll create the hydrogen that feeds into this, which then feeds itself. Wait, no, we just need this running. That feeds the power supply. So that goes in here. Then gets picked up, goes straight into the hydrogen generators. That now should be feeding the power wheel, so we won't have to have somebody running on that in a few seconds. Which will keep the generators going. That should be slowly turning on each transformer, going from right to left. So right now it should be feeding the main base. Yes. These batteries are charging slowly. So in a couple seconds we won't need a person running on that. Now it starts charging this. I kinda want that to be charged last. Can I do some weird wire shenanigans to crisscross these? I think I can. If I go like this and like that instead. This will make sense in the future once it's all built. Alright, I don't need somebody running on this non-stop anymore. Why is somebody not giving Sanyar the battery? How's their ceramic doing? We're up to 200 ceramic now. Sanyar should be getting a battery. They did have little gator pliers on them. That's cute. So now Sanyar should be getting power banks by themselves. Nope, they're going around with the high stress. That's okay. And I'm gonna put construction of this power on a 6. Oh, that's why these power lines got hurt, because somebody with that high stress went running past it. I get it now. It's defrag time. Alright. We are creating enough power to supply the power banks, but what I want to do is not do that. So that we can keep the spam going nonstop. That is slowly being restarted. What is Steela doing? Steela looked like she was just standing there. Are they still doing the high stress thing? No, they're not, but they're probably. Whoa! Hello, gunk issue. They're getting cobalt now. We should probably tell them to dig those tiles. They're probably getting the cobalt so they can build the wires up here. Hopefully I grabbed the correct wire bridge. Alright, that should be everything powered correctly from right to left. And somebody has the high stress thing. Why are they not powered? We have the batteries. Because of this wire. But we are making power banks out here on the main power spine. I should probably tell them to make the zinc power banks down here as well. Right, I am getting annoyed with all this stress stuff, so let's try and make another one of these. I know it would probably help by making this into an actual room to get the quicker stress release. But if somebody can just get that battery placed. Sorry, not battery, the wire placed. We would be okay. I'm gonna deconstruct that now. Because we should be able to have this powered. And we'll know we're fine when they start building all of this stuff. They are currently catching up on tasks. Or the food stuff is on a 7. Hopefully I muted quick enough for you guys not to hear me sneeze, but I did just sneeze. I try not to sneeze in your ear. From the looks of it, I think we are actually catching up on morale. If we had a secondary way of getting up here, we would be able to close this off and get a boost from that. So I think what we're going to do is, since we're not really using this, we do have Flydos. Let's make a Flydo. I've never made one. I don't know what they do. These are wireless robots may deplete their power banks in mid-flight and temporarily shut down until replacement is delivered. Once rebooted, they reawaken feeling energized after the first day on the job. Tragically, some powered-down Flydos fall into liquid pools and can't be rebooted. They are a delivery robot designed to transport solid items across great distances, both horizontal and vertical. I don't think we need these. I'm just going to deconstruct this building. And this. We'll put ladders in here so we can close this off and have an actual mess area. Stila should be one of the ones on the massage table right now. I know Sanyar is the other one. So now if we bring this down, we prioritize the construction of at least 2 ladders and then block this off. That should make this into the good mess room. I think it's fun to watch how much air they take. It goes from being, you know, 13 to 18 kilograms to 2 kilograms over here. Sorry, 1,800 grams is what I meant to say. To being down to 200 grams in a matter of seconds. And it slowly just depletes away. We got carbon dioxide and chlorine gas over here, which luckily both of them make a sterile environment. I do want to start burning the ethanol, but at the same time, I don't think I can prioritize my dupes in a way that's going to have us benefit from doing that yet. Okay, they have the 2 ladders. So if I tell them to prioritize those 2, I do now see that we need to crack the neutronium off of this in order for us to see what's underneath it. That should make this a room now. It is a banquet hall. That gives a +6 to morale. The kitchen, I don't think gives us any extra morale. It just allows us to use the spice grinder. So that's not really going to help us at all. Expelled gunk. Because we're not doing that. Empty storage. Who made the gunk? You did, and it's going in places it shouldn't be. Now, I think I just saw gunk. Yeah, solid gunk. Wow. Oh, and the tile's broken in here. Okay. Wonderful. Alright, this should help us with a little bit extra morale. I think it's a morale issue between our Bionic Dupes. Yeah, some of them are only getting 1. Oh yeah, wait, isn't Chip our newest one? And they are a builder, so they probably should have the extreme digging thing. Other dupes... have the other 6 things. I think we'll go like this to get the extra spot, and then give them the digging booster. The others, I'm thinking about maxing them out. Especially Dodderly, who can at least get better processing 1. Eduardo can probably get 2 things, so you can go into processing 2. Sanyar is pretty maxed out on morale right now. Steela just got to equal morale, and so did Wubby. So we'll have to hold off on them. But they should get better over time. How are we getting power supplied to this? Right now, power is being supplied to it. Oh, because this is on the wrong thing now. I see. They are starting to do building commands, though. They did the deconstruction of the other wires. They just started deconstructing the wires that I told them to deconstruct now. We also do have some eco power banks that are full somewhere. We're still staying around 50 degrees. So I don't have to worry about our electrolyzer yet. Or aqua tuner, I mean. Who's the high stress now? Stila. Neither one of these is Stila. We also haven't done our predictions yet today. So let's get our first prediction started. In the top left corner, this little blue button. Is that going to give us a pair of tops, bottoms, buildings, decorations, or wallpaper? You guys have 10 minutes to decide starting now. Sometime within the hour, we will open that prediction. We'll take some pearl. That's a glassy item. We have a little bit extra batteries, but morale is an issue right now. So let's check up on them. Apparently Chip has a ton of morale. Same with Dodderly. So Dodderly can go into a little bit more complex things. I don't want to do power banking yet. I want to do that last. Eduardo can do neither until he gets one more. Sonya can go into this one. Stila can start going into... Oh, Stila can go into both, so better processing too. Wubby can also go into both. So their stress should be going down. We could also take the swimming boosters off of them, because I don't think we're actually using them. What is this even storing? Gear bomb. And this is storing the gaskets if we had them. Alright, I'm gonna do high priority on all construction. And cleaning those. I think our base will look a little bit better if we can get all that done. So what kind of bedroom is this now? Luxury barracks. We want it to be a private bedroom, which means the whole thing has to have back tiles. Okay. I was hoping that wouldn't be the case, but it looks like it is. So now it should be private bedroom. Nice. Now, I am tempted to do private bedrooms for all of the Bionic Dupes as well. Waterweed and iron. Blossom and slime. Could do mealwood and salt. And then spice all of the food. I don't know, I think we're doing better. Our morale, our stress, not morale, is going down. We have Steela on here now. Dotterly is the other person. And Dotterly's down to 12% stress. So I think overall we're doing better on stress. No idea what's going on over here. That's doing weird stuff. If I were to make this private bedrooms, how much space would I need? 24. 24. 24. Oh, not an outrageous amount. I am actually going to do that idea. Let's make these all private bedrooms. Only for the Bionic Dupes, I think we'll use... I think I have a circuit board-like wallpaper. Is it Mech Circuit? I think it is. We're gonna play... Yeah, it is. And I have 3 different kinds, so we could do... all 3, and then 3 down here. So let's do the blue one first. Put that right there, and then also down here, which is going to turn into a bedroom. It should be made out of wood. And then put the green in the middle. 1, 3, 4, 5, 6. Like that, and then same here. Unfortunately, those doors are in the way. We don't even need these doors, because this isn't a bathroom. And then over here is going to be the yellow ones. So what I'm going to do at first is, up here I'm going to move 2 dupes to each room until we have the bottom floor done. That's going to be like this. This is construction. I want all of that ready. We're gonna move these two beds over and deconstruct the two that are in the doors. And that should give us the rooms that we need. It should still be one really large room. Apparently it's not. How big can barracks be? 64 tiles. This is going to be... Well, right now it's 76 tiles. They have both beds done, so we're going to deconstruct these. And I'm only raising them to a 6, so they should still be doing life-related things first. Like making the batteries, making food if I had turned that on. We're not full on power, so I don't want to turn it on right now. Plus, we're obviously good on food. We don't really need to have that turned on. They do have the doors in, so these are all barracks right now. Now I have to figure out the remaining rooms here. Deconstruct those. Start building ladders down to here. Because we're gonna have to move stuff around so we can add the barracks down here. And I think I'm going to change the Atmosuit docks so that we use an Atmosuit to get into the teleporter. I'll have to figure out a way to close that off so people can't go from a different spot. Why is there a pip out here messing up our storage bins? We do have some of these that are not full. Two pip eggs. Those should go into the incubators. Did they finish the ladders down here? They did not. Iron. We're getting a little low. We have iron down here, so let's tell them to prioritize these ladders. Just to get them done. And I'm thinking about making this the battery charging room. Just to move them out of the way. So let's start getting a floor right here. This is still making 6 things of ceramic. We'll have to deconstruct those two tiles so that we can mop up the water before we get rid of the tiles underneath. And then we can build those tiles back in. We did just queue up more ceramic, apparently. Eventually, this system here is going to be moved into the room with the gunk building. We don't need to spin anymore because we're getting rid of that crafting station. What is this holding? The iron ore. Some of the dupes got stuck because of doing stupid dupe stuff. Well, now they're all free. Alright, let's take a look at skills, make sure that we can max everyone out if we could. This person can get one more thing. Exosuit penalty reduction, but they also are now maxed out on slots. This person cannot. This person cannot. This person cannot. Okay, so only Dotterly? No, Eduardo is maxed out aside from power banking. If we give them an extra 3 morale, we can have them fully maxed out, which is probably what's going to happen once we get the nature reserve. So we're getting there. For the bedroom, no industrial machinery. Does an auto sweeper count as industrial? It's counted as submergible. What about the other thing? I'm forgetting what it's called. Conveyor rail loader. Does that count as industrial? Don't know, but we haven't researched it, so let's do that. And I think I have to keep doing construction on a 6 in order for them to actually do the construction. I'm thinking about how I'm going to set up this crafting station for the batteries in this spot here. I think I just need to move this stuff around first and not worry about the other stuff. So we need this power to come down here. I do know I just connected the power together. That's it. But what we're going to do is we're going to disconnect this here. We're going to add another bridge onto it. Which means that we can just go... You know, we're not going to do that. I was going to go straight across and connect into the researching area, but that's might move. I was going to say probably will move, but I'm not sure yet. So let's get all of this. We're slowly getting closer to here, which is a problem because the steam turbines take the space of the next floor. So this is going to be just empty space we can't use. And the next thing is to move this over. I want to get in here because I'm thinking about just making a brick of tiles, or we could just deconstruct all of it. Have it as just one big open area. I think I'll have it as one big open area. That's how I want to do. Now you were making a ton of table salt. I'm going to deconstruct you. Actually, this should be on a 7 because it gets rid of the gunk from the bathroom. Okay, we should be able to deconstruct all the stuff from up here. And then the next thing is to figure out how I'm going to place everything into this area. Because we should only need 3 of these. The auto sweeper has to see that far left tile. So the auto sweeper has to go right here, which is close enough to reach both of these. And then the automation. That's the AND gate. So we can put the AND gate like, well, not like that, like this. Grab the automation wire, go in that way. The OR gate. The OR gate could go like this. Or I can move it over 1. I'll move it over 1. This will get moved to right here. Automation wire, I can let this go. This one goes into there. Didn't realize that the automation is at the top. I thought it was at the bottom here. I was hoping I could just go straight across like that and connect all 3. And not have to go up and over. So what I'm going to do instead is cancel all of this. And we're going to put all of these at the bottom. But then how is that going to connect into here? Without having to do even more weird spaghetti. What if I rotate? We can also unpause because they're not going to do any of this right away. We could go over there, do something like this. Then this is the AND gate, so it has to be... They're also on the power spine, they should not be. It looks like the best automation way that we did was this orientation. I could also just have the automation being shown rather than trying to hide it. Let's do it that way. I'm gonna move this over to here. And we'll just show the automation happening. Can I click on the OR gate? There we go. So that's gonna go there. The AND gate's gonna go here. Automation like that. This goes here, and then... No, I want the automation wire in the tile, not the crafting station. There we go. That'll go down there. OR gate. So if this or that is... One of them needs a NOT gate. I forgot the NOT gate. And since I started adding in some of this, now I need to wait for someone to deconstruct it while they're defragging right now. At least I think they are. We can also get rid of all of this. This, I'm gonna pause because we need to rearrange how this is gonna work. Okay. So either this is gonna be empty, which is the OR gate, or this and that is going to be empty. So this has to be filled, and this has to be empty in order for the AND gate to send a green signal, rather than this just being full and then them creating stuff nonstop. Okay, and I'm gonna double this to being 80 rather than 40 kilograms like this currently is. That should be correct. Now, we are going to take a quick restroom break after doing the prediction for the first time of today's stream. So let's do a prediction. We have 1,000 points in bottoms, 90 points in buildings. I hope you guys win. We have wallpaper. Gino, I don't know if you were part of the prediction, but you missed out on pastel purple. And so did Redneck, if Redneck is not here. Since we did just get purple, they were asking about a green and purple thing earlier. So, choose the outcome. It is wallpaper. Prediction is closed. But I want to see who's in both. Oh, so one person was in bottoms and one person in buildings. Alright, let's start the next prediction. What is the second blueprint going to give us? Is it going to be tops, bottoms, buildings, decorations, or another piece of wallpaper? You have 10 minutes to decide starting now. We're going to close this. We're going to go into our Be Right Back scene, and I will be back after a quick restroom break. And we're back. So let's get back into this. I am debating on moving all of this over 2 spots so that we can fit the battery in there. Apparently that battery is filling up, so we must be making enough power. We are. Now, I don't think we're going to have enough hydrogen backed up before this goes dormant in 60 cycles, pretty much. But what I want to do is copy settings to here. I already switched this over so we can deconstruct that. And then since I can see where all of this is, I can just easily move everything over 2 tiles. So that already has power. It's going to be storage bin there, storage bin here. 1 power, 2 power, 3 power. This is going to be here. Then we need battery line here. This whole thing has to get removed. This bridge now goes here. But I kind of want that only going to this and not the rest. So let's also cut this off. And temporarily connect in like this. And I suppose like that for right now. We can also get rid of all the automation in this area. This and power. I actually need this, so we're not going to deconstruct that. But we are going to deconstruct this portion of power. And everything to the battery, because we don't need the battery being held. So I guess we should actually just connect this straight across. And then we don't have to worry about the power line here. We could go straight up and into this if we needed. We'll get them to do all that, and then we'll move everything over. Alright, we're getting closer, chat. And welcome in first-time chatter. I can tell that you've done the extension before, otherwise if you typed in PokeCatch, it would have told you you have to start the extension. So I'm also surprised you didn't catch the Pokemon. Maybe that was back-to-back timing, like same second? No clue, but welcome in. Apparently I didn't tell him to deconstruct this yet. Alright, this gets moved to here. Automation's gonna have to get moved over as well. Somehow they didn't... Oh, they just didn't deconstruct that yet. Okay. I think once they place this, I'll be able to tell where I need the automation stuff. Let's get some of the doors built. And we'll start with the rocket beds. Critical power level. Oh, that's right, because we need these built in now. It is connected to power if they build it. It is connected into the automation, so I will slowly move that over. I just need this built now. And we need at least one power there. We also have enough space for one of these. Why is that currently running? Because it should be. Okay. Iron ore. That I do want on a 9. We're out of iron ore already. Okay. Are there any big chunks of iron ore that we could go to? No big chunks. So the only chunks we have are these smaller minor ones, and the one way over here, which leads us to the ethanol, so we do want to come over here anyway. Let's get all of that. We're going to want this on high priority. I'm going to set this up to also use copper for right now. We are going to eventually switch over to copper. So this is going to be iron. We might as well just do metal ore. Iron, zinc, copper. Ooh, the automation for this, that has automation, right? Yeah, we need to make sure that we don't get that stuck in the automation line for this. And we can box this off. This gets moved over too. That's gonna go right there. Right now we're going to go straight across like that, and I guess like this as well. Until they build this automation, then we cut that line. I really need them to go into here. We do have aluminum, but I don't want to use the aluminum. And okay, those are big copper chunks, so we could just start using copper. Yeah, we have a lot of copper that we can get to. Put solid gunk in here and hope that it melts. Yeah, we have iron, so we should be making power banks a little bit quicker. I started doing some of the automation. Should be able to deconstruct that and add in the rocket now that we have power. That one is being powered somehow. Well, not these two. Okay. I don't understand that, but alright. We need to tell them to prioritize the bed. That's from the solid gunk. They also did a lot more of the temperature shift plates. They got the bed placed in, so they should be working on automation, hopefully. What did we uncover in here? This is just a pocket, really? There's nothing special about it? Alright, either way, we're near the magma biome already. Can I get those things built, please? You know what I could do is get rid of this. Because we don't need the ore gate anymore. We don't need this anymore. We don't need these. Actually, we did need that one wire there. What we want is to do that. Put this right there. That right there. That'll get connected into power. If they make the storage bin, we can tell it to stop. Oh, I don't want to deconstruct that. Oh, never mind. But we do want to deconstruct the power stuff behind it, the automation behind it, not the power. Except we actually don't want to deconstruct the automation line there. We just want to get rid of the NOR gate, which will go to here. That gets cut off, and this gets placed there after they get rid of the NOT gate. What are they doing? Alright, now they're building it. We'll reject all that, because I don't want the hatch. This is about to go to here. And there's no way for us to put an auto sweeper in here without it being affected by the automation. Unless I put everything back the way it was. We're gonna keep moving stuff over. I'm gonna leave this automation the way that it is for the moment. What I'm gonna do is disconnect that, however. Defrag time, it seems. Yep. A few of them have their new bedrooms. Yeah, we're gonna get rid of this platform. This is gonna be the nature reserve, and then everything else is gonna be built over here. Which doesn't leave us with a lot of room. Unless we find some other way of getting in here. Which I might have to do. Okay, so all of this automation should be correct. Alright, in order to get an auto sweeper over here to move things quicker for the metal banks, we need to put the automation back the way it was, which is going to take a little bit of finesse to move things around. First thing is this has to get connected to here, and this has to be able to connect into one of these two spots. Which it can't, but it can connect here, which can then go straight across. So what I'm gonna do first is put the NOT gate here. Connect that up like that, put this down here. We're gonna grab an automation bridge, put that right there. that will reconnect us. Once they build it all, I'll start deconstructing other things. I can't actually deconstruct this and gate. And reconnect the wires the way they were before. Which actually don't have to be done because everything is turned off. So if I go straight up like this gets disconnected. This is actually going to go right here. So we don't need any of this or this. Oh, I wanted that not or gate. I didn't mean to deconstruct that right away, but alright. That goes here. And we want this to go straight down. That should all be correct, and we can get rid of that stuff. And grab this and put it right here. Okay. It's one step closer. The next one is figuring out how to move the hospital and the research thing down one layer. Which is going to interrupt all of this. But also tell them to sweep up everything that's in there because we don't need any debris on the ground. It looks like they choose the metal power banks over the charged eco power banks. Maybe I should flip these, being if there's an eco power bank, turn this off. Welcome in, Raiders. Welcome in, Regus. For those that don't know me, my name is Codeman9000. On this channel, we are playing all of my games in a specific order to showcase mankind's progression through technology. We did a chapter on medieval city builder games like Manor Lords and Settlement Survival. We did a chapter on modern city builder games like City Skylines 2, and various niche games involving modern city builders like Prison Architect, Another Brick in the Mall. We did Hitman World of Assassination as a part of that for Prison Architect. And now we're in the ending of chapter 3, which is all about space travel. So we're using Oxygen Not Included as our way of going from our main Earth planet-like thing to our end goal, which is for the 4th chapter. So we're hopping from asteroid to asteroid. And right now we're sending rockets through the temporal tear, which is taking us to each one of the DLCs of Oxygen Not Included, where we are finishing off the final DLC, which is the Bionic Dupes. It is being played out of order. And once we get this in a technically defined self-sustaining point, we are done with the DLC. Our main issue is power. We use power to make batteries for the Bionic Dupes so that they can live instead of food. And it's all reliant on this hydrogen vent, which goes dormant for about 70 cycles. Does say, actually, it's less than 70, isn't it? Let's see what the inactive point is. So if we do 128.5 cycles minus 74.5, we get 54 cycles of inactivity. Which is a very long time when you're using the hydrogen as quickly as it's being produced. We also only get an eruption period of about half the time that it's active. So we don't really have 74.5 cycles. We really have... No, I can actually do 74 that quick. 37.25 cycles of hydrogen out of 128.5 cycles. So including the dormant period and the fact that it doesn't stay erupting every second, that causes us to have issues. And we are reworking our power system here. So I need to look at this and figure out how I want to change it. So we definitely want to have a not gate here. Or do we want a regular? No, because this is only green when it is full. I want it to be green the moment there is any charged eco power banks in this bin. So we do need it as a not gate. Or do we? It only gives a green signal when it's full. I could just tell the bin to only store one charged eco power bank, because we do have the auto sweeper which can just pick it up and put it into the bin. I think that's what we'll do. So we actually don't need to change the automation at all. We just need to flip these bins. Okay, so let's just do this. Copy settings to here. And then this is going to be turned off of that and go to eco power bank here. Each power bank is 20 kilograms, so we just have to go like that. That should get all switched around and reorganized. This should not have anything else queued up, so that means it should have dropped its charged eco power bank. These should have 3 in them, but when they are being charged, that's the only time they're actually going to show that they have one. So right now, this should be green. We do want a NOT gate on it, which makes things a little bit more complicated. Because I don't have a lot of room. So what I am going to do is I'm going to grab this NOT gate. We're going to flip it and put it right here. We're going to wait for somebody to build that, because I need to immediately get rid of this NOT gate and figure out how in the world we're going to get this all connected together. Right now, it's connected in. This is not Honey automation it if it's not wildly bigger than you planned. That is true, unfortunately. All I'm trying to think of is... Whoa. First we need to cancel that. And we need to disconnect that. That automatically makes it green here. I'm gonna pause for a second. What I'm trying to do is move this bridge down here. But I don't want to show the automation wire down here outside of the room. This auto sweeper can't reach this bin. This auto sweeper can reach all 3 bins. So if I were to switch these, it would make things a little bit easier for the automation. We could just, the stuff that's in here, wire it directly in, go up there. And then this one would be out here, so we can just go around. But this auto sweeper is not going to be able to put the one power bank into here, and this auto sweeper is not going to be able to grab it off the ground and put it into there because this is too far away from here. Because they can only reach 3 tiles horizontally from their midpoint. But that would make the automation wildly neater. I think the only choice I have is to make the automation wires visible, and I'm just trying too hard to keep it neat and clean. You know what? Let's try not making it all tucked together. I'm seeing a way out of this issue. First, I need to get rid of this knock gate so that we can have this actually wired the correct way. So that they stop making things. Alright. I saw the vision going like this. And then somehow this is connecting into that. But not right here. This, I think, was going to go straight across, but we can't do that because we need a bridge. So something is not adding up. I saw the way the automation has to be placed for a split second. It could just go up and around. That would give me more room for this. Because I can move this over one. I think that's what it was. I'm okay if we see the automation in this room here. I'm not okay of seeing it down here because that's not where the automation is set to be. We're going to disconnect here. This is going to go into that. Going to be disconnected there. We're going to add that here. Move this knock gate over one, which actually means that this doesn't get connected together. These two are connected together. This doesn't exist anymore. This knock gate doesn't exist anymore. This gets disconnected and connected here. If they come over and get rid of that knock gate, I can grab the bridge and put it there. So, to go over this storage bin gets filled up with empty eco power banks, which then go into this and get charged. When these make at least one fully charged power bank, it'll go into here, which then should change the automation to red. So right now we need to add a NOT gate into this, because it should be green right now. It's a good thing I checked. So this is now correct. This is an AND gate, which then requires this to be empty at all times, or at least not full. So it needs at least just one metal power bank taken from here. That will then turn it red, which then comes over here, turns green. If they're both correct and both on, it will then turn this green, and the OR gate will allow this to turn on. Otherwise, it only relies on this bin not being full, which will then turn on. So really what we're doing is making sure that if this has one and this is full, it doesn't make another thing. Because I don't want this to turn on, it's all green, or it's... Actually, that would turn it off. Hold on. I think we want this to turn that off. So the moment it turns green, we actually want that as the OR gate, as up here. But we don't need this AND gate anymore, I don't think. Which means that we could just move this OR gate over and just have these go straight in. No, we still need the AND gate, or the NOT gate, for both of them. But if I get rid of this AND gate, we can make this a little bit neater. Let's put the NOT gate in for that one bin and see how this plays out before I go changing it again. So that's green, nothing's happening. We still need one charged eco power bank because we do not have one. Well, there goes the game. Okay, so what's happening for like the past few streams of us doing the Bionic Dupes is that occasionally I'm noticing when they're doing different animations, they have a red box either on their hand, being part of their hand, as the last stream we saw them on the triage cots, the casts on their arms were red squares. I've also seen them using the gear bomb as a red square and other various items. I think one time they were eating a power bank and it was just a red square or red rectangle, which way you want to describe it. And ever since I've seen those red squares, the game has crashed every single stream. It's only happened with Bionic Dupes. So I don't know if it's linked, but things are showing like it is linked. So I have the game loading up. You guys might see the loading scene or the loading screen, I mean. When we get in, we're gonna have to look at the automation, because I doubt that this is all gonna be... It is very strange, Regus, I agree. So this is before we started doing all the new automation, but it is still set up the right way. So this is before that bin got filled. But while we're here without all that extra work, we could just get into doing it the way that I was just thinking about doing it. We do want NOT gates on both storage bins. And I think I can see how it's going to work. So things are going to go crazy for a few seconds with the automation. Things are probably going to flicker on and off rapidly. So this is a fair warning in case that may affect something. We are going to get rid of this AND gate. Wait, do we want to get rid of the AND gate? I think we may have had it right the first time. If there's not a charged eco power bank, I want them to be able to make the metal power banks. I do not want them to be required to make them. I want them to be able to. So I think we really don't want the OR gate. I think we want the AND gate. so that we require us to not have a charged eco power bank, and then we rely on the metal power bank storage being empty. So I'm going to deconstruct the ore gate. We are doing this differently than we originally did. The automation that we have set up right now was how we used to have this connected in, but we switched some of the bins around. I think maybe right before you guys raided in. So it is different than how it was originally set up. So we're going to put that NOT gate. That's going to keep this green. That's fine. We're going to get rid of this AND gate because we don't need that anymore. And we're going to go like this. And then I'm going to tell them to sweep this up. Because what I noticed is that even though we had once a powered eco power bank, they still took the metal power banks. So I want them to at least get a chance to take an eco power bank. It looks like there are maybe 1 or 2 in here that are charged. So right now they're going to keep making them until they make the 4th one for here, which Dodderly is about to finish. And that should immediately turn this off. Yep. Okay. Now, if we get a powered eco power bank, that keeps this off. And then they'll probably still use the 4 that are in here and then grab the eco power bank. I could lower this from 4 to being something else. I'm not sure if I want to yet. What I am sure about is that we need to move this gunk system down to here and find out where in the world we're going to move this stuff to. I want them to be required to put on an Atmos suit to get into here, but I don't think I have the luxury of that space, or space for a ladder, because that's where the new floor has to be. Which means this liquid lock can't be used from down here. Like if I just move these down below this, I can't get in. I have to go in from the top. Something I could do is connect this in and get rid of the sour gas from in there, making this just a vacuum. It would not allow them to get overheated until this turns into steam again. So I'm going to just deconstruct all of those Atmos suit docks along with this. We're going to cancel those 2. And I put this whole system inside what's going to be our inner base, because it is effectively their food. So if we're putting the kitchen on the inside of the inner base, then we might as well put the charging stuff on the inside as well. I don't know why that's not going, because I set this up the wrong way. The amount of oxygen in here is very high because I just destroyed the Atmos suit docks. Then all I should have to do is go into gas and go like that, and both pumps should be working now. They don't have to go down here as long as I don't tell them to pick up something with cobalt. So we are now going to just go... This is an issue. Unless I just wait for this to be fully vacuumed out. I'm gonna wait. And then we'll just deconstruct it so that it's not connected by power. So Regus, if you're still here, I forgot to say, for anyone who came in with the raid, feel free to lurk. But Regus, how was Dave the Diver? And how was your stream? Did anything crash or anything? Internet fall or something? And it looks like the sour gas that we're releasing out here may be getting crushed by the amount of oxygen or chlorine gas that we're doing. Internet was perfect? Awesome. How much diving did you do? You answered the question right as I asked it. Dave did very little diving. I think it's funny how that game plans out, or plays out. You start by actively trying to dive everywhere, and then you end up not diving. Alright, do we start digging further down to get to the magma? We could go back to prioritizing that. We were going to do stuff with ethanol. This is new for the DLC. Oh, I didn't know they had a DLC for Dave Diver. That's pretty cool. Okay, over time this is going to become vacuumed out. It is getting closer to being vacuumed out. So I don't know how long we want to wait for this. It's reliant on the hydrogen vent. So what I'm going to do is place ladders on a 4. This is not a priority thing to do, but we want to get down to the magma biome. So if there's nothing else for them to do, they'll go down there and do that. Why do we have these wires here? That's right, we were going to reorganize our power line here. So what I'm thinking is I'm going to cut this vertical power line here. And instead... we could either go straight down here, because this could all be just connected together. And then go straight down this ladder. But either way, I want to go straight down the ladder here. To connect everything in. That'll be easier to connect in here. And if I reorganize this battery stuff later on, I could also not have a bridge there. We'll take the Idla seed. Okay, so let's deconstruct all of that, all of this. We won't need this bridge anymore. And then we also don't need this jungled mess right here. Of course, this is getting pulled down one more. This stuff is actually not going to be staying there. We're only 3 things of ceramic away from having the metal refinery in this area, in the what's going to be the industrial sauna. We are not too far away from having that completed. This is saying vacuum now, so that's completely done. Somehow I broke the thing there. Did I have this not on... Oh, I don't have this on buildings only, because we just restarted.
Okay. I'm okay with this. It's not going anywhere else, so it's fine. One thing we are going to have to probably worry about is gas movement. How wide is this area? It's 14, so if I go to 7, this is the center of this area. And for the bedrooms over here, we're going to the center of each bedroom, which would be like this. Everything else can have regular tiles, not right there. And we don't need that. They can do that over time, they don't need to do that right now. What I do want them to do is get rid of that connection into the main power spine, because I need to put floor right here so that we can move this down. What I'm going to do over here is deconstruct that so I can put a door there. I'm going to put a door here and here, but one of them's not going to get locked. That can go there. And this is going to get a little complicated. Let's start adding the power exactly where it needs to be. So right there. And this goes up like that. We don't need those. We do want this for right now. What I could do is put one of these right here, actually. I don't know if they're going to deconstruct the insulated tile first. Oh, they kind of do. It's not too bad. Where's that? That's actually going to end up right here. How far is this going to go? Critical power level. But why? You guys should be making... Are we really not... We don't have any metal ore for this? Already, we went through all... They didn't even dig everything! Because I can't get to it. If I do this the right way, they can grab... iron. They're going up like this. Three. Go up another 3. That gets us to the iron here. They do this quick enough, nobody is going to die. And if we go up another one, we end up breaking into the ethanol. But I can go like this and get the rest of the iron. It looks like somebody died eating a power bank.
And this is no longer dripping all the way, so I'm not going to keep mopping that up. We are, however, going to place in the rest of this area. I just need somebody to keep coming in here and digging this out. Doesn't have to be everyone, but I need at least one person doing that. Are we almost done with the ceramic? We are, look at that. We just need 2 more orders of it. That's from switching the tile, got it. How are we doing on skills, by the way? Chip has another skill point, so we can put him into... We'll put him in improved hardware so he doesn't have the irritations. Our nice digger right here is not ready for any more skills. Eduardo is going to be struggling for a little bit. Wubby is ready for complex processing. Luckily, they are going around fixing everyone. I think Willa just took a power bank to go fix somebody else. Yep. Somebody's at 100% stress. That's Sanyar down here. Sanyar's gonna end up breaking things. But it at least takes away a lot of the stress from her. We forgot to do our second prediction. So in the top left corner, we have somebody who put 100 points into buildings. Let's see if it is buildings. But right after we claim it, we're going to start our third and final prediction and then open that at the end of the stream. It's another wallpaper. We just got 2 wallpaper in a row. So you know what that means. This third prediction that I'm starting right now is not going to be wallpaper. Is it going to be tops, bottoms, buildings, or decorations? If it is a third wallpaper, I am going to laugh. I know, Gino, all the points you missed. Alright, third prediction is started. You guys have 10 minutes to decide what you're going to put points in, and then in 20 minutes or more, we will open it and see what we get. If I mop that, they'll put it in here and then drop it right there. And then that should help us not overheat that oil. Alright, while they're doing that, I want to prioritize some construction. I don't know why that's all on a 4. Okay. We did the ladders on a 4, but I didn't mean to do this on a 4. So we'll turn that up to a 5 and let them get more power. Take the barbecue. Extra food is good food. We're all starting to take in all the air. Which luckily isn't a drawback for us anymore. For the longest time we were struggling and just having enough air along with our power. So the only other thing that we need for this to turn into a private bedroom should be the core buildings. If we grab these... Oh, we could put them there? We can't put them here. Okay. Adding those in, which is again at a 4 for some reason. We'll get at least 2 rooms being private bedroom. Alright, how did they do? They moved the ethanol around. How much of this can I just mop? If we dig those 2, we can mop everything that's up here, it's... I think. Yeah. Can you even mop that up? We're not gonna do that. We're also not gonna try to get them to mop that. So what that's gonna do is give us ethanol that we can put in a different spot. Which I kind of want to make a basin for right here. Are they making the last thing of ceramic? No, they're not. They're making the second to last thing. We're almost there, chat. One more and we get the metal refinery back. Okay, now we have one eco power bank that can't make more metal power banks. Yeah, we should be building stuff up here. I'm gonna tell them to prioritize building all this because it seems like they're not doing it. Why is this being made out of aluminum? That doesn't seem right. I don't know if we're gonna have enough bristleburst seeds to do this, but I'm gonna try to make every bedroom with the same flower. They can do that whenever, they don't have to do that now. Next thing I'm gonna tell them to prioritize building is this spot. Oh, they're gonna dig this. Cancel that. Now they can build that. They can also prioritize building all of this now. Can't get up there, that's fine. We can get all of that. Alright, I'm gonna need a mesh tile here, get rid of that ladder. The rest of that gets ladders. And I tell them to dig all of this. If we grab a pitcher pump, put that there, they'll be able to grab the ethanol from here and bring it over there. And then we'll have to do the same here as well. We'll take the seed. I did notice that they were starting to make the hospital room while we were waiting for them to do this stuff, so I might have to keep high prioritizing everything until they get it completed. So let's do all of the ethanol stuff, so we can get that ready for when we're done. We could tell them to do 3 of these. So that we can do the regular bottles and the pincher pumps. There's still 1 order of ceramic away, and we need 20 kilograms of clay? But once we have the 20 kilograms, we're done. This is going to be for ethanol, but not auto bottle. This is going to be ethanol and auto bottle. I built those tiles over here so we can get that little bit of ethanol to pop out. Take out all the pincher pumps, so let's do priority of these. We're very close to having the next stage of our base completed, so I'm going to try to finish that before we raid out. but we're also close to finishing that. We had these on a 9 so that they clean them out quickly. Then we have to figure out how I'm going to do this. So I think we're going to just have them come in from the right still and just block off this side. So let's get rid of all of that. Actually, we can just get rid of everything in here. And unfortunately, we're going to end up losing radiation science because we're moving stuff around. Prioritize all of that. I'm going to wait until they build this before I turn that off, but we also need the automation set up. For some reason I have the automation going through the door. So let's not go through the door. Deconstruct all of this. And we can get rid of all of the power line in there. And we just need to start doing the liquid pipes. It's 4, 5, 6. Probably gonna have to move this wall out one, but I think that is everything covered in the bathroom for these. I also noticed that we don't have enough seeds. Yeah, we do need to move the wall out one. So what I'm gonna do is build tiles there. Can I get the bleach stone there? Yes. Oh, I also wanted to put this in that room. I don't think I have enough room if I'm adding a 6th toilet. We do now have one of these set up, so we can actually come up here and deconstruct all of these, along with their pipes. Which means we can keep putting in the rocket beds. And also make this another bedroom by putting the doors. Once they finish deconstructing this, we'll put the wall. And also dig this way, so we can get in here. We should see if there is a seed that we have 14 of. We have 41 Mirthleys. But I don't think they're going to survive in the time. Oh, they will. Until we get up to 50 degrees. Alright, we're gonna cancel all those. That does not cancel them. We actually have to click on the button. And then we're gonna uproot these. We apparently went through all of our cooked foods, so we're gonna need to start cooking food again. Let's first get all of that done. And apparently we made all of the ceramics, so we can put the metal refinery down here. That way we can actually start making steel again. And this means that we can go like this to get the water out, and this way to get the water in. Then we just need to connect it into our main power. And we can get rid of this. We don't need that anymore. Eventually we might bring this down to here so that we have it outside of the base. We'll do that in the next stream for sure. Beacons, we're gonna get some seafood. Fortunately, gonna get rid of the shine bugs. I'm okay with that, honestly. We don't really need them. Alright, once they finish the bedrooms and the bathroom, that's what we're going to call it. We're not going to worry about the metal refinery. We do need to tell them to prioritize digging the 3 plants here. So I'm going to put them on a 6 as well, so that they actually get rid of them. And then I'll put the pot back on at 5. Because replacing the seeds is not needed at a high priority. Plant and copy to all of these. We just have 2 more beds to place in, and then we're done with that. I'm gonna get rid of the kiln and place a bin for all of the microchips. They are doing the seeds for the plants for in each room, so we should be getting some luxury bedrooms. Sorry, private bedroom. That only happens after they put the seeds in the pots. For some reason, I'm not doing the construction of the last 2 beds. Microchip. It did that. Let's sweep out our base. There should no longer be anything on the floor, inside bedrooms, or the bathrooms. They're in their final place. They're not going to be moved again. We're one step closer to having this fully flushed out. We're just going to make this into our nature reserve. We're going to move these various small rooms somewhere else. I'm not sure how we're going to do the research and the hospital, but we're definitely going to move this down. So we might start adding in the small rooms like right here. And then incorporating the teleporter as part of our base. We can also set this to being set on forever. Probably means they're going to actually do the rad bolt stuff. But I think that's okay for right now. Actually, you know what? We're going to prevent them from doing that. Until we need to do research with radiation. And with that, we are done. So let's see what our final prediction of today's stream is going to end up being. We have 100 points in tops and 30 points in wallpaper. We did have 2 things of wallpaper show up today, so I'm going to guess that the third one's not going to be wallpaper. But it is! Congratulations, Gino. You could have got a whole lot of points today. This is the first time I've had 3 wallpaper in a row. We got both colors that Redneck was asking for earlier. He asked for a green and a purple, and we got both. And I think this is a new green, too. I don't think I have this spring green. So you just won an extra 100 points. And I am actually curious to see if I have that wallpaper already. Oh, apparently I had it 3 times over. So we just got the pastel purple, which kind of looks like pink. But we're going to recycle a few of these greens. You know what I should do? I should just go into duplicates. And recycle them until I don't have a duplicate. We're not going to do this for everything, but I'll go through the wallpaper. This may give me enough points to buy something that we really like. Apparently got the sun one twice and the lime one twice. Anyway, that's all of our wallpaper. We now should only have... Whoop, I didn't mean to go out of it. We now should only have one of everything we have unlocked. How much are the wallpapers if I buy them? 200. So if I were to try to buy them right now... I could buy 62 different types of wallpaper at the $200 price. I just want to make sure that in the different categories they don't change the price. They do. So the patterned wallpapers are 800 each. Oh, look at this one, the cafeteria. And they got bathroom prints. Infinite spill? Oh yeah, look at that. I think we're gonna unlock some of these ones that could be used for our rooms currently. And I was also looking at the wrong price. I was looking at the recycled price, not the print price. So I might not be able to get all of these, but we're definitely going to get the cafeteria print here. And we should be able to afford both of the bathroom ones. I don't think there's any that I really feel like I need for anything. We could get the grape and the Satsuma slice and have all the fruit stuff. If we get the rainy print, we can mix that with the clouds. So we're gonna get that. And that's it. So let's zoom out, take our screenshot, and then this is the end of the stream. We did find our magma biome, so when we come back in the next stream, we are going to try and tame that so that we can get power from it and have a sustainable power source. And then that should be the last thing that we're working on for this colony, and we can go back to our main dupes, send the last rocket through the temporal tear, and then continue on with our story to our next game. So, screenshot. We're gonna do a hard save, and then we're gonna go into save and quit, and then go to the raid out scene to see who we're gonna raid out to. Thanks for watching. If you'd like to catch me live, I stream on Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Saturdays from 10 AM to 2 PM EST.